Morning, morning. How's everybody doing this morning? 21 of you. Okay, it's just waiting for my stream to kick in. All right, there we go. How's everybody doing? 27. Now down to 21. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Numbers. They love to play with them. Crystal Edwards, good morning. Kelly, Charlene, special thoughts. Cindy, how you doing? How you doing? Prayers are with people. Chang. Alex. Nikki. Salty air. Nosy Scotian. Brenda. Good morning. Pioneer. Another day. Excuse me, another story. Caper. Space Explorer. Blue Nose. Senor Gorman. I don't know. My granddad liked that. He went to Mexico sometimes on vacation. Asthma. Okay. Now, let's make sure we got everything lined up here. Oops. Still haven't posted that video. So much to do. Calendar. Let's do it that way. So we got one day, and then it's a break for another 10 days. It looks like. What are you guys' thoughts on yesterday? Excuse me. Nova Scotia Freckles. Here for as long as lets me. It keeps closing out on me. Anybody else having any technical issues? Say it loud and proud. CSE likes it. Yes, good morning to them too. I used to have a good morning meme I used to send on Twitter a long time ago, many years ago. Good old CSE. Are you guys familiar with who a CSE is? Aside from Todd in the chat. Oh. CSE. Well, they're buzzing about. They've been buzzing about in this one for a long time. Let's see. Lots of people don't know who the CSE is. Bit of a security establishment. Communications, my apologies. Very interesting group. It was a very nice building located right down the street from RCMP headquarters in Ottawa. 2,752 employees. Good morning to them. Good morning to lawyers and private investigators. And of course, good morning to all the families. Don't want to lump them in one and the same. Definitely not one and the same. The new headquarters totals a little over 110,000 square meters or 1.2 thousand square feet and is adjacent to CSIS. Oh boy. Spook. The glow. The glow, the glow, the glow. Good morning to them. Oh, everybody's learning the dirty secrets now. Video quality goes in the toilet. Chat keeps closing out. They should quit spending money on burying garbage and how about just telling the truth? That'd be good. Morning, Kendall. The timeline is still derp. Oh, yeah. That's why you got a NASCAR through it. Don't look here. The stream kept spinning quite a bit yesterday. I mean, you kept getting in the toilet. Exploder. What is it called? File exploder. What was that? Newfie Windows. Anybody ever seen that? Newfie Windows. Video quality. Okay, so Nikki's noticing problems too. Chad keeps closing out for Crystal. Oh goodness. Perhaps if they I'm going to need eye surgery. I think the government should pay for that when we're done. Perhaps if they were as thorough gathering evidence on Hunter Road as they are around the fence post. You mean the one with duct tape, Charlie? The duct tape one with the statement that came out. What is it? Where is that? Convenient time for that to surface too, right? Root. Sorry, what does that say? February 7th, 2022. It's an awfully long time to wait to talk to somebody, isn't it? Or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Seems like somebody you talk to right away. They've always been upset about Blueberry.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Sorry, I'm sure there's echo there. Who, what, where, when, how? Good morning. Where, why, how, something. Police interviewed from Wentworth. Discussed it all. It was an insult to Dad. Yeah, I asked somebody today, thank you very much to them, to time, how long they spent going through Lillian and your father, Sean Alana. I don't think the answer is going to be very good. So sorry. A lot of people in here for you. Todd's here. We got Christiana. The birds are chirping. That's nice. Okay. Honoring their memories.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Chief Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanton joins us virtually again today. Hello and welcome. Bonjour and bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As we do every day, we begin by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty here in Nova Scotia. Yesterday, to recap, we heard from witness Ms. Deborah Thibault about information regarding what has been referred to as the Blueberry Field Road. We also heard from Commission Counsel, who presented the foundational documents, two of them, one focused on 2328 Hunter Road and the other on Highway 4 Wentworth. Very difficult subject matter. And today we continue with difficult subject matter. Commission Counsel will present two more foundational documents focused on the events at Highway 4 Glenholme and Plains Road, DEBERT. These documents deal with the homicides of Kristen Beaton, who was expecting a child at the time, and Heather O'Brien. As I mentioned, much of the information we are dealing with is and remains so very difficult to hear, particularly for those most affected by the mass casualty. As we continue to seek answers to questions set out in our mandate, we balance the responsibility of the public's interest with the attentiveness of all those who have already suffered harm. Always remember that supports are available if you or a loved one need them here in person or through our website if you are watching this from home. Mr. Roger Burrell will present our foundational documents this morning, and Mr. Burrell, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Commissioners, participants, Nova Scotians, Canadians, and those, of course, outside our borders who are affected by the mass casualty. As the Chief Commissioner indicated, we have a difficult morning ahead of us. We have details with respect to fatalities and details with respect to what I can only describe as circumstances of terror for people who experienced it. I need not remind you that you are familiar with the foundational document process that has been adopted here. The purpose of my introduction, of course, is to simply provide you a setting or information with respect to the foundational documents. Foundational documents are prepared by the Commission in consultation with the participants, and they reference and refer to source documents. There are, of course, thousands and thousands of source materials that have been referred to, some of which will be selectively referenced for the purposes of this introduction in terms of giving you a sense of what the foundational documents refer to. You need to be aware that in this presentation, there will be a discussion again, unfortunately, of the homicide of Lillian Campbell. briefly, but nonetheless to set the scene. And also at the end of the presentation, there will be references to the homicide of Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien on Plains Road. As is wont with the approach of the commission, 911 call references will be made, but we will not be playing them. Excerpts will be referenced. You'll need to know that in the upcoming moments, there will be the first actual depictions of the perpetrator since in terms of his behavior and activity on April 19th. I'm going to engage now in a discussion with respect to the foundational document Highway 4 Glenholme. Madam Registrar, I move to mark and tender the foundational document Highway 4 Glenholme into these proceedings.
Exhibit 361.
I also move to mark and tender all supporting material associated with the documentation of Highway 4 Glenholme, the foundational document, into these proceedings as well.
So exhibited.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. Subject matter today, as indicated, is the information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to the events of April 19th at Highway 4 in Glenholme, Nova Scotia. I present Commissioners the following introduction to the foundational document. Geography again, as I have done consistently through the additional foundational documents and will throughout, we will be talking about the location, the locality of Glenholme. Glenholme is 29 kilometers almost due south of Wentworth that we were speaking of yesterday. It is about 18 kilometers east of Portapique. So we're back into Colchester County, but we are dealing with the same region that we have been discussing over the past number of days and weeks. This graphic represents the travelways that you will be now very familiar with in terms of what took place. 104, the Trans-Canada Highway 4, the old highway, the Wentworth Highway. Highway 246, which was introduced to you in our proceedings yesterday involving the matter of Lillian Campbell. Plains Road, which you will be indeed very familiar with in terms of where the perpetrator had been and where we have isolated our commentary on. Glenholme is the focus of today's discussion. It is 18 kilometers east of Portapique, 34 kilometers from Truro, 19 from Masstown, 16 kilometers from DEBERT. So you can see that they are generally well connected and relatively accessible to each other. This graphic indicates some of the locations of significance in terms of what we are to discuss. Residents on the west side, on the left side of your screen, on Highway 4, 2896 Highway 4, will be of significance for our discussion today. Hidden Hilltop Family Campground, the top left of the corner, north of the residence as described, and then you'll see the proximity to Plains Road as identified on the screen. Highway 4 and 104 in the south intersect at an interchange there, exit 11 for Highway 104. Now I'm going to focus in on the residents on the west side of the highway that will be of significance for purposes of this introduction. 2896 Highway 4 has a relatively lengthy driveway. It's located, as I said, on the west side. We begin to wish to speak at this point about the movements of the perpetrator, the Commission's conclusions with respect to where and how he moved from Wentworth, from the scene of Lillian Campbell. We know that he left at 9:35 and that he traveled south on Highway 4. And this brings you to the video on Folly Lake. You'll recall yesterday we discussed the Folly Lake video of him proceeding north. This is the same residence at Folly Lake on the west side, and I'm going to play the video, and you'll notice from the top left of the screen to the top right of the screen is the movement of what appears to be a marked police vehicle. So it moves very quickly, and it is quite grainy. Difficult to tell particular features of that vehicle other than it is consistent with a police or a marked police vehicle, leading the commission to conclude that the perpetrator, consistent with all of the other information, traveled south on Highway 4. Timestamp on the security video is, according to the homeowner, runs 10 to 15 minutes fast. This would leave us to the conclusion that between 9:40 and 9:45 a.m., the police vehicle traveled south on Highway 4. I'm now going to move from Highway 4, Folly Lake area, back over to Bible Hill for purposes of speaking about some police officers, police members, RCMP members' involvement in this matter. We know that around 9 a.m., Corporal Rodney Peterson of the Bible Hill Detachment, a shift team leader, reported for duty at Bible Hill Detachment on that morning. We've had an opportunity, the commission, to speak with Corporal Peterson. He provided an in-depth interview on October 21st and obviously provided information in the investigation previously. So some of the information that I'm going to give you with respect to Corporal Peterson arises from the information that he's provided. Corporal Peterson reported that when he got to work, his shift was not there. That is, he discovered that 3 of his team members had actually left the night before to go to Portapic. Those were Constable Rodney McDonald, Constable Nicholas Dorrington, and Constable Trent Lafferty. They had gone to Portapic and were assigned to some containment duties outside the location there. Corporal Peterson indicates that he met with Sergeant Andy O'Brien, another familiar name, the Ops NCO of the Bible Hill Detachment. Sergeant O'Brien filled him in with respect to events the night before at Portapic. Corporal Peterson reports that Sergeant O'Brien advised him to put on his hard body armor and advised that they were looking for a police car. Corporal Peterson at that stage was trying to determine the status of his shift for purposes of responding to regular matters in Bible Hill. He got logged onto his computer and decided, given the circumstances, to head off for Portapic. He made cell phone contact with Constable Rodney McDonald and Constable Trent Lafferty and learned about their containment exercises and roles in and around Portapic. He agreed to pick up some refreshments, coffee for his members, and then headed to Masstown for purposes of doing that. At 9:39 in the morning, he got a message over his MWS with a BOLO, a be on the lookout message, with a description of the perpetrator's vehicle. So he now has information about the perpetrator's vehicle provided by Andy O'Brien and also through the BOLO. Corporal Peterson said or told the Mass Casualty Commission that he had difficulty actually accessing a visual depiction of the vehicle due to some limitations with the mobile workstation capacity and or his technical skills, but that he would have had information they were looking for a police vehicle. He then stopped at the drive-thru in Masstown, and then at 9:42, the pivotal dispatch that we discussed yesterday occurs as he's in Masstown.
Colchester members from 355, we have just had a shooting on Highway 4 in Wentworth. A female is deceased on the side of the road. Unknown if she's been shot or hit by a vehicle. They heard a loud bang, saw an RCMP vehicle left heading towards Truro.
I'm in Masstown now, guys. Bravo 6 here.
Oscar Charlie, we're going to head to Wentworth.
Right, and for Bravo 6 here, I can head that direction too. Hotel 1, you copy? Dispatch, copy.
Yep, go ahead.
Is there a copy of that Bravo 6? And did that just happen, or is that she was discovered?
File says time delay of a minute.
Okay, gotcha.
So you're getting familiar now with the procedure with respect to dispatch and information dissemination to the frontline first responders. In this case, Corporal Peterson responds that he's able to attend or at least respond. There's some engagement that he's in Masstown. The ERT team leader at that time is also recognized to be speaking in Portapic, acknowledging that he too is going to head to Wentworth. Peterson says that he seeks details to be sent down. You'll remember that conversation we had previously about what this means, having the information sent in text form to him. So as that occurs, there is discussion amongst the members about how to respond, where to respond, and what actions to be undertaken. And this is a brief snippet with respect to some of the conversation on the radio talk group that morning.
Anybody reading that dispatch ticket?
Go over the air with dispatch detail.
911 sitting gas plant delays 1 minute. Her neighbor, Lillian, last name unknown, 50 years old, lying on the side of the road, either hit by a car or shot. Complainant heard a bang, saw an RCP vehicle there.
Corporal Peterson at 9:46:47 reads over the air the dispatch ticket that was sent down on his computer. The details are transmitted over the air to other members who are listening. You'll see where he indicates that they saw an RCMP vehicle there. Constable Brown, a name that you will hear in the future, also is responding. Constable Brown is operating with Constable Melanson in an unmarked vehicle. They respond and engage with Corporal Peterson with respect to the information. This is a busy slide, but it's important in terms of what actually takes place this morning. At 9:47:24 a.m., Corporal Peterson has advanced from his location at Masstown north on Highway 4 in response to the Wentworth call. His location, as depicted in the graphic, is south of the Plains Road turnoff, but also north of the residence at Highway 4 depicted in the labeling here. As he is proceeding along Highway 4 north, another important development takes place. Corporal Peterson actually passes the perpetrator. The perpetrator in his replica RCMP vehicle is heading south, and he has proceeded just south of the Hidden Hilltop Campground and south of Plains Road when the parties pass each other. We hear the following on the talk group.
You saw an RCMP car going towards Masstown on number 4 there, guys. Is that fully marked, or is it an ex-police car?
The car we're looking for is a fully marked PC, 28 Bravo 11 ID on it.
Yeah, he just passed you going to Masstown. I think you get a reflective vest on, guys.
Okay, go again?
That vehicle just passed me. It's almost to Masstown on the number 4. Guy driving slow, smiled as he went by. White Cajun male. Looks like a brownish hair. He's got a reflective vest or jacket on.
That's him. That's him. And it's 28 Bravo 11, not 48.
Yeah, not sure call sign with he's passed me now. I'm not sure if he went on the highway or not.
Corporal Peterson has observed the perpetrator and is transmitting the information that he has. This, of course, is fundamentally significant information with respect to law enforcement in terms of what's actually advanced in how they deal with this matter. There's a conversation with the ERT base. Constable Brown and Constable Melanson are discussing details of the call sign, and there is a determination that that's him. This slide is a closer look at the GPS location of Corporal Peterson when he broadcast that he had just passed the perpetrator at 9:47:20. They are between 2896 Highway 4, the residence, and the Hidden Hilltop Campground. The GPS location material indicates that at 9:48:04, Corporal Peterson's conducts a U-turn for purposes of following up on the observation that he had made with respect to the perpetrator proceeding south. This U-turn was conducted about 1.2 kilometers from the initial sighting and the transmission of the information. Corporal Peterson at that time at 9:49 on Colchester radio transmits information. The previous slide had indicated that he believed the perpetrator was heading to Masstown. You will recall that Corporal Peterson had started from Masstown and made his way north. At 9:49:36, we hear the following.
I no longer have a visual there. I'm coming up to 104, number 4 interchange.
Rodney, we're at Masstown now. Which direction was he headed, towards Truro or towards New Brunswick?
No, he's on number 4 highway, so he's headed towards Masstown.
What's your location right now, Rod?
I'm at the interchange on top of the highway here, 104, number 4 highway. I'm just looking on the highway here. I don't think he went on the highway, so he might be headed back down either Masstown or
break for dispatch. Break for dispatch.
Corporal Peterson indicates that he's at the interchange of Highway 104 and 4. He's explaining that he does not, at this point, have a visual of the perpetrator. And the parties, the members, are trying to discern where the perpetrator is. Constable Brown and Melanson had responded originally to Masstown on the basis of the information provided by Corporal Peterson and are trying to determine exactly where the perpetrator is in consultation with Corporal Peterson. Corporal Peterson continues to head south on Highway 4 below the interchange, and there are communications and descriptions that you have heard with respect to the exchange of information. More details, of course, are in the source materials. At 9:50:18, that which we heard at the tail end of the previous slide actually it becomes reality.
Break for dispatch. Break for dispatch. Break for dispatch. We have the SOC at 2896 Highway 4 in Glenholme at the residence. Just called in.
Copy that. Round 117.
Plug it in the map, dispatch.
Yep, I'm dispatching it. Who's all going? I will send it so you have it on your map.
Send it to 6.
Repeat the address for those that don't ask.
The file is 2896 Highway 4 in Glenholme. Just off of exit 11, right by the Hilton Hilltop Campground.
Interesting, the dynamic in terms of the exchange of information, how quickly it comes in and how it has to be processed. You'll see where Constable Brown and Constable Melanson respond. They indicate that they are 17. 17 means that they are en route. Corporal Peterson responds and wants it plotted by dispatch and to send it to 6. You'll recall 6 was his vehicle. I should have made that clear to you earlier, but the Bravo 6 was his vehicle. Constable Gallant, referred to here as UMH10 or ERT member 10, responds asking for a repeat of the address for those who don't have maps for plotting. The ERT vehicles we have discovered that responded in this case did not have plotting capacity, so they were under these circumstances trying to get information. The Hilden Hilltop Campground actually means the Hidden Hilltop Campground. But you can see how information is coming in quickly and is being provided through a number of sources for purposes of being able to react to a very clear situation of emergency. The perpetrator's location then, for purposes of our discussion, is transmitted and dispatched at 9:50:18 a.m. This is a photograph of 2896 Highway 4, a residence on that highway on the west side, as I described earlier. It's a residence off to the west, and it's up a lengthy inclined driveway. It's the residence of the Fishers, Carol and Adam Fishers' residence. They ran an excavation company, and they would have been familiar with the perpetrator through business contacts some 6 or 8 years earlier. They had familiar with each other. The foundational document, as I had said, will outline the details of that familiarity. It was limited, but at least they knew of each other. The perpetrator had exchanged information in June of 2019 from the information that we were aware that he had actually purchased decommissioned RCMP vehicles. It should be noted that Mr. Fisher, at around 9:38 in the morning before this dispatch, had made an effort himself to call the Bible Hill detachment to advise them of information that he knew with respect to the perpetrator's possession of decommissioned vehicles. This slide provides some view of the perpetrator at his time of arrival at the residence on the west side of Highway 4. At approximately 9:48:49, the perpetrator drove up the driveway after coming down Highway 4, turned right, turned up the driveway, and then went to the back of the home. Perpetrator arrived in the backyard of the Fisher residence. You will recall that at 9:47:24, about a minute and a bit, Corporal Peterson had indicated that he had spotted the perpetrator. So within a minute to a minute and a half, the perpetrator has gone south on the highway and then turned right and gone up the driveway.
He's also put on a hat.
Photographs are taken from the security video at the residence outside the home, overlooking the driveway and the parking area. You can see from the slides that are presented here, the vehicle on the top left driving in to the driveway. The perpetrator then is seen in the bottom left and on the right walking towards the residence. A chilling visual. The perpetrator had driven up the driveway, pulled in behind the vehicles as shown. You'll notice on the right where the vehicle has actually done a three-point turn. The vehicle, it drives up, goes behind the vehicles, does a three-point turn, and then tucks itself in behind the brown pickup. And then the perpetrator got out of the vehicle. He reached into the back of the vehicle and then approached the residence. The visuals that you will see there show him wearing a reflective vest, consistent, of course, with what Corporal Peterson described. He appears to be carrying a long arm in his right hand. He appears to be carrying something in his left hand, a small, dark object that is indiscernible from the stills and the video. He appears to be wearing a baseball hat. That too is not entirely definitive from what we see in the video and in the stills. Perpetrator proceeded south, turned right, and then tucked into the residence of the Fishers. At 9:48:49, there was a 911 call by Carol Fisher, the resident at 2896. And she essentially says that the perpetrator is at that location. 911, what is your emergency? The shooter is here that shot everyone in G in Portapic. She then describes her civic address and the location. The 911 operator says, what do you mean he's there? Carol Fisher says, he's at our door, provides the address again. At 9:50:25, about 30 seconds into the conversation, she describes him as dressed as a police officer's outfit with I can't even talk. He's got like a bright thing on him. We saw him pull in and just reach across the passenger seat. I don't know what he did. We just ran and hid. And he's got an RCMP car. He has his own RCMP car. Ms. Fisher remained on the line with the dispatcher from 9:48 until about 10 o'clock. The call taker then had to terminate the call as the information was ongoing and being provided to the OCC at that location. At 9:49, 25 seconds later, Mr. Fisher made a 911 call. The contents of the conversation are excerpted on the slide before you, but essentially he advises the call taker that the perpetrator was at the house, describes the location on Highway 4, describes what he sees. Mr. Fisher remained on the line for about half an hour to 45 minutes. At one point in the call, Mr. Fisher requested that the 911 operator call neighbors to alert them to the existence and the danger that they were under. He also indicated to the call taker that he had a firearm and that he was prepared to use it if the home was breached. After 2 minutes and 14 seconds, the perpetrator returned to his vehicle. So we know that the perpetrator left his vehicle, walked to the house, banged on the door, rang the doorbell, did not enter the house, and then returned to his vehicle. These still shots show him returning to the vehicle, walking in the opposite direction. You'll see at this stage from the view that we have that the long gun appears to be in his right hand. Looks like his left hand now is in his pocket, and it would appear that he gets in his vehicle and leaves. The timing information of 2 hours and 2 minutes and 14 seconds is coming from the security video with respect to timing on his arrival and his departure. The video, the depiction on the bottom right shows the vehicle leaving from the position that it was for about 2 minutes at the Fisher's residence. So, Carol Fisher's call commenced at 9:48:49. The duration of the video is about 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The perpetrator, therefore, we're of the view, left the property at around 9:51 or very shortly thereafter. You will recall that the break for dispatch call came at 9:50:18. So you can see how very, very close the timing is in this particular instance. At 9:51:54, Corporal Peterson's GPS has the vehicle that he's operating about 3 kilometers south of 2896 Highway 4. He's south of the Highway 104 and Highway 4 interchange. Corporal Peterson broadcasts from his position 3 kilometers south of 2896 Highway 4 at 9:51:54 the following information.
Yeah, I'm just almost there, guys, so I'm going to stay just short of it. No, it's from West. You're copying all this. Be careful, Dave. You're going to come up on it pretty fast there. Just stage before we get there.
Corporal Peterson is of the belief, with the information that he has, that he's almost there, given his position. He communicates with Constable Brown to be careful. This would leave the impression, and confirmed by Constable Brown's statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, that he and Corporal Peterson are now driving either in tandem or very close, heading west and then north up Highway 4. Corporal Peterson indicates to Constable Brown, be careful, Dave, you're going to come up on it pretty fast. The belief at that stage, it would appear by Corporal Peterson, and is that they're close to 2896, although at this stage they are likely about 3 kilometers south. Constable Melanson and Brown are arriving from the Masstown area. Constable Brown and Melanson had responded to that location. We do not have GPS data for Constable Brown and Melanson because they are operating a marked vehicle. The information that we're taking at this stage is coming from the GPS material related to Corporal Peterson's vehicle. Within a minute thereafter of the communication at around 9:52:47, we appear to have a convergence of members of the RCMP, and this is related to the GPS information from Corporal Peterson. And that convergence of a number of RCMP members is as a response to the Wentworth call and indeed the Glenholme call. And it would appear that a number of members seem to converge just north of the 104 highway at the intersection with the 4. We know that Constables McDonald and Forrest are present at that location, that Constables Brown and Melanson are arriving, and that Corporal Peterson as well is arriving at that location. As they converge and head up Highway 4, Constable Brown initially thinks that he has located the perpetrator because he's observing Constable McDonald and Constable Forrest's vehicle pulled off on the left side of the highway ahead of him.
Break. We got eyes on a marked PC on the side of the highway here up ahead of us.
Guys, that's McDonald. We're just trying to log in to find out where the fuck we're at. We're pulling back out right in front of you.
Copy. Peterson and Brown and Melanson are behind you.
Stage right here, guys. These of you guys have it plotted. We don't have it plotted yet.
So the situation here is that Constable McDonald and Forrest are actually in Constable Solarino's vehicle. And that goes back to incidents that had occurred at Portapique with respect to a quick response to the Wentworth call. But McDonald and Forrest, when they traveled towards the Wentworth call, were in somebody else's vehicle and hadn't been able to get logged in properly. And as a result, they had stopped on the side of the road at Highway 4 to get logged in for purposes of obtaining information with respect to the location of 2896 Highway 4. As they did so, Peterson, Brown, and Melanson approached. And Constable Brown, at that stage, initially mistook the vehicle of Constable McDonald and Forrest for that of the perpetrator. The communication that you just heard was exchanged. It's clear that Constable McDonald indicated that he was not the perpetrator, indicated that they were trying to obtain information, and things sorted themselves out relatively quickly. This, of course, is a situation that emerged due to the nature of the perpetrator's ability to operate a fully marked replica RCMP vehicle. At this stage, after the initial misapprehension of who was where, Corporal Peterson indicates that it's necessary to stage at that location just above the 104 on the 4, still a few kilometers shy of 2896. And when they do so, Constable Fahey and Coleman also arrive, and further, Staff Sergeant McCallum and Constable Hubley, who are responding from the command post at Great Village, also arrive. We've had the opportunity to interview Staff Sergeant McCallum, and information taken from Staff Sergeant McCallum on his interview of November 5th indicates that he was disturbed or at least concerned with respect to the location of the staging at this time. Briefly quoting from Staff Sergeant McCallum's interview, he said the following: "So we're turning off and everybody stops. Everybody stops soon as you get off the ramp on Highway 4. And I'm like, why are we stopping? And because I knew it was further up the road. And so everybody was spilling out. And somebody said, like, where is he? Where is it? I said, why are we stopping, guys? It's 2 kilometers. It's 2 kilometers up the road. And then it was like, what the fuck are we here for? Let's go, let's go. So everybody piled back in and we went up the road. Efforts were made at that time to get as much information assimilated amongst the members as possibly could to find out where 2896 was. A determination was made by Staff Sergeant McCallum at that stage to move up the road. Members then moved up the road, and at around 9:55 a.m., they located at the driveway just south and around 2896 Highway 4. At 9:55, GPS information confirms, or at least gives the sense that members staged outside the residence. You will recall from previous discussion a few moments ago that on the timing that had been associated with the video from the Fishers, at 9:51, information suggests that the perpetrator had left Highway 42896. So the staging at that time with respect to the members is off by a few moments. The perpetrator had left. At the same time as the general duty members are attending, the emergency response team is mobilizing. You'll recall that it's in Portapic and in the Great Village area. They respond by taking the route, leave at 9:42 at the time of the dispatch, and arrive at 9:56 a.m. So by 9:56 a.m. at 2896, we have a series of general duty members that can provide containment, and then we have the emergency response team specialists who are in a position to act. The ERT joins the staging area, mobilizes. Snipers immediately go into the periphery around the property. The tactical armored vehicle, the TAV, arrives. The TAV onboards the PDS, the police dog service member and the dog, and then they make efforts to get authority for purposes of attending to 2896. There is communication between the ERT team leader, Corporal Tim Mills, and the incident commander, Staff Sergeant Jeff West, at 10 o'clock, 10:28, with respect to movement of the ERT team for purposes of confronting the perpetrator.
ERT's mounted up into the TAV. We're looking for permission to move up to the house with compromised authority.
Copy. Do we know if the vehicle is there, or can we not see that far?
We can't see the vehicle from here, but when we pull up, we'll be able to clear if the vehicle's there or not.
Copy that. Hotel 1 from Oscar Charlie, permission to move from the highway to the res, compromised authority. You have control.
So at 10:50, 10:0050, authority is provided from the critical incident commander, Staff Sergeant West, to ERT to undertake decisions with respect to dealing with the perpetrator at this location. The term compromised authority is used. Compromised authority is a term to provide independent decision-making to the ERT while conducting a limited scope of operation, in this case, isolated to the 2896 location. It allows the ERT to make decisions, reuse of force, dealing with the threat. But of course it takes time, and information exchange is required between the participants and the chain of command in order to make that decision for that to take place. This slide presented for you now will depict the route of the TAV as it goes up the driveway towards the residence of the Fishers. This is drone footage that was taken again in August of 2021 by investigators for the Mass Casualty Commission. It's one of those where it's a little jumpy again, so if you have any sensitivity to movement in that regard, you should be perhaps turn away for a few seconds. It's not a lengthy one. It provides you a sense of the 160-meter length of the driveway that it would take the TAV to go up to attend to where they believe the perpetrator was. So this short video gives you a sense of the length of the driveway that the tactical armored vehicle would be required to ascend. It then gives you a sense and connects you to the still photos that had been provided early with respect to the location of the perpetrator behind the vehicles, in this case, in the driveway / back of the residence at 2896. At this point, we're talking shortly after 10 in the morning. The perpetrator has left, obviously, the location. As the tab arrives at the top of the driveway, the loud hailer is used. That is, Corporal Mills then makes directions over the loud hailer in an effort to secure control over the perpetrator. The tab arrives. You have a picture here of the tab in the backyard a few seconds after what we would have seen him coming up the hill, or it coming up the hill. The tab arrives, does a check, and at 10:02:40, Corporal Mills, the team leader, exclaims, "No PC, no PC." At 10:02:56, he exclaims, "No police vehicle." The ERT team has been obviously unable to locate the perpetrator's replica RCMP vehicle because he has left and or departed perhaps some 10 minutes earlier by this time. At 10:07:53, the focus of the operation changes very quickly, given new and alarming information from the dispatch.
Break for dispatch. We have another shooting on Plains Road in DEBERT.
Do we know if that's a current one or an old one?
No, it's current. I've just had 2 files come in for it. They were on the phone with a Heather O'Brien, 50 years old, parked on Lancaster Crescent in a vehicle, heard gunshots. Heather screamed and the line went dead.
Can you approximate the Civic for that?
Yeah.
1541 Plains Road, 1541 Plains Road.
Go over there, you're responding to DEBERT.
Hotel 1 to Hotel 12, Kilo. We're going to make our way that way to that address.
Yeah, the Lancaster one is a third-party information. We did have a file come in for a residence just on Plains Road near Lancaster. Said a woman was shot and another car with a window shot out. 1541 Plains Road. Both vehicles are pulled off to the side of the road.
2896 Highway 4 in Glenholme is approximately 10 kilometers away from 1541 Plains Road. With this new alarming information and the lack of recovery of the perpetrator at 2896, the responders then mobilized to the new scene. The details of the actions at the Plains Road commissioners are outlined in the next presentation with respect to 1541 Plains Road. For purposes of summarizing, which is usually the intent and the effort made in these introductory remarks, there are a number of things that are isolated as of significance. At 9:47, Corporal Peterson dispatched that he had some interaction or saw the perpetrator pass him on Highway 4. At 9:48:49, Carol Fisher called 911 on the arrival of the perpetrator at her residence at Highway 4. At 9:50:18, dispatch broadcast the information from Ms. Fisher. Approximately 1 minute later, the perpetrator departed from the Fisher residence. At 9:56 a.m., general duty and ERT members staged at the Fisher residence on Highway 4 in an effort to interdict the perpetrator. At 10:02:40, TAV broadcasts no police vehicle, no police vehicle. At 10:07:53 a.m., dispatch aired the new complaint on Plains Road, approximately 10 kilometers to the east. Commissioners, this concludes the introduction to the foundational document Highway 4, Glenholme, Nova Scotia. I'd be grateful for a short break if I'd be permitted before I speak to the introduction of the next foundational document.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Burrell. This is very difficult information, as I had indicated earlier and made manifest by your presentation. Difficult to hear, difficult to absorb. And the next foundational document presentation will be the same. I think it's appropriate that we take a 30-minute break at this time. We'll break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 30 minutes.
Okay, let's see what you guys got here. Hat, hair, that one bothered me. Brown hair, but then seconds later, he's got a hat on. Peterson keeps going down the road, whatever purpose, even though he's clearly identified him. The clock, date stamp, involvement of Brown and Melanson. Now, I have not, oh no. Yum. Why? There is an error while reading a stream. I don't like technology. I really don't. Let's try this again. GPS. So it's GPS on, GPS off. There's a lot of GPS points on a car. There's one built into people's steering wheels. If they want to pull it, they can pull it. So it's logged on, logged off. Doesn't have it, does have it, not sure. Where's the video? Full video. No, I don't want to do that. Grill on the front. Show us the video. Show us the video. Show us everything. Show us the money. Come on, man. This is all bullshit. So how is it that Peterson can be driving by him and see this hair, brown hair, but then he's wearing a hat? Only moments later. It's not adding up. I know you guys might not see what I see, but it doesn't. Doesn't make sense. Plus, how does he have hair all of a sudden? Shot at in Portapic in G/Portapic, but because we don't get the tapes, is it an in or at? At Gabe's or at in? I don't think it's in God. You know, they're playing fuzzies. Fuzzies. 15 minutes later, a tab is arriving. No yellow stripe on pants. Okay. No yellow stripe on pants. Where is where's the date? Did they mention how he knew the Fishers? I believe it ever so slightly to the excavating, but they've known each other for years, according to ITOs. Well, more than just they did business. they knew each other on a social level too. From my limited reading, that seems to be the case. Could just be very peripheral, but unmarked versus marked GPS. Now McDonald is just logging in. It's still, even if you log in, you don't log in, there's GPS points on your car, period. People don't want them there. Doesn't matter. They're already built into civilian vehicles. Even if you don't have GPS on your logs, they had them years ago because insurance companies made governments install them underneath the airbag. There's a little port, and you can download all of the data. Brown didn't shoot that time. Okay. I want to see him walk around the car. Interesting. Yeah, of course. The video. Where's the video? Only one car had crash bar on the front, easily identifiable by observant. Well, they said early on that there is more than one. It's a rarity, but and what's to say that the push bar isn't assigned to other people? You know what I'm saying? What's this one? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not going to open. Yes. That's the whole point. Right there. That's the point. They want you to avoid. That's Blueberry Field. That's why. Dash cam. Dash cam. And there is footage. There is footage. Where is it? I'm so confused. Did he state that Brown believed the car was pulled over was a suspect? Wasn't Brown fired up? Yes. Brown, same Brown and Melanson. Exact same. Running around questioning everybody. Running around shooting up the fire hall. Running around heading south towards Shuby. What's going on? So how long is it that they say he's there? 1 minute. Is that right? 1 minute? That's why I wanted this document to open. I can crash all this, but then if I do that, I hate doing this. A lot of bad work, or a lot of work is going down the drain. A lot of work. We'll find sometime. Ugh. drone footage. Assault went prone. MCC filmed with a drone. Perpetrator didn't have a phone. Absolutely. Well, when he was leaving, that's a good question. That's a good question. Seconds later, according to their own documents, seconds later, meaning, i.e., he's right outside the Fisher residence. Peterson just continues on. Right. Okay. Believe that. And there you go. 2 cars, 2 shooters. I'm not sure if I followed that point. Could you further expand upon that, please? Timeline confuses me. I hope I'm not the only one. No, the timeline is an absolute disaster, and they know it. I really hope people start to dig in and just put the little pieces together. All the little pieces. Not going to work. Big problems. No, it's not my opinion. I've mapped it out before. Doesn't work. People confused about the timeline. 2896. If Gabe was at 2896, he wouldn't leave and start murdering 10 minutes down the road, knowing that Ert is on his butt. Well, exactly. A lot of these things are totally illogical. Totally illogical. They're hoping that you believe bunk. You go after your whatever because she wants to be in a committed relationship with you. That makes sense. And then you're going to go and murder other people. But the person who you're mad at, well, don't worry about that. Down in the United States. McDonald. All right, well, I'm not going to get into ad hominems. 30-minute break. Oh, McDonald was running away. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I just ran out of the room for a second. Gotta rewind. Right on, brother. That's the way to do it. Just keep going back. That is so the way to do it. You'll find it. Because they say it themselves. Timeline is designed to confuse and mislead. I don't know as it's designed to confuse and mislead so much as it just doesn't work. And they're trying to put a round peg into a square hole. It's just not going to work. Not going to work. Bolt out, no masks today. Okay. I'm going to have to see the running out. So they're all watching. Good morning. Good morning to you. How's everything doing with you guys? Is he wearing a purple tie today? He could have put the hat on before exiting the car. Yes, absolutely, he could have. But, I mean, it's like seconds. According to, isn't it the Paul dump? Seconds later. Which means, of course, he's right outside the driveway. If you're pulling in the driveway and you see him only seconds before, that means like right outside. I don't think that map is, even though it's only 2 houses over, or whatever, 2 big lots. I think it's way less than that. Cops know the back roads with no GPS. Well, they don't seem to know, and that's, you know, fair. There's a lot of roads. Lots of these guys aren't even from there. But you're not going to make a getaway. Same as you're not going to change. You're not going to change when the police are right on your tail. Stop, have a little change-a-roonies everywhere. Did I have some bit more, Tara? Did I have some sleep? Sure. Boo, 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 boo. There you go. See, there's tons. Black boxes. There are black boxes in cars. I was just reading about Tiger Woods the other day. Oh, we're going to have to pull this. Old story, but an accident he got into. Black box. Going to have to pull the black box. See how he was driving. Keeps track of everything. Black box. Tiger Woods. Well, this is a new one? Oh my Lord, Tiger's in problems. I was reading a much older one. He has quite a few accidents. Tiger's got a bit of a problem. Addictions are tough stuff. Let's remember Red Mazda. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that they couldn't even get straight from the start. Well, if it's the same Brown, that concerns me because he should be more careful and not shot up the fire hall. Yeah. Fire hall was white, and it had to be shot due to white supremacy. Okay, that's obviously very barbed humor. They're gonna come. Trust me, they're gonna come. Those guys on YouTube, they're just bashers. Reportedly, I would like to see verification of that somewhere. Not that I'm disbelieving it, just love to see some verification beyond just a source. Red Mazda in Shuby. The house had 3 exit points via road, yet they only sit on the south end. Okay. Does it? I have to bring up that file. I haven't looked at that file in a long time. If you have ever driven to Wentworth, Fishers does not seem to work. No, I say I haven't driven it, but when just mapping. But you guys know this stuff way better than me that live there, and have the ability to check the stuff for yourselves. You know, some goof out in Alberta can't check nothing because I can't drive there. All you guys can drive and see all the cameras and do all these wonderful things. In a way, I'm very jealous. Timeline's confusing today as it was April 1890. Original statement said Perp was in Red Mazda in Enfield. April 24th, notes, speaking notes, Darren Campbell. And read it on camera. Red Mazda. Called and asked about tourist cars from New Brunswick with push bar. Nova Scotia down. It absolutely did. Absolutely 100% did. Brown and Melanson at the hospital. Al Carroll's statement. This is the way it is. What did he say? His wording was very interesting. Al Carroll's like, what did he say? I don't want to interfere. You go tell Halliday. When Wortman left Fisher's, he had to backtrack to Plains Road. Yes, it's a double back, but that's why I wanted to bring up time. No, I'm going to have time here. It's in this video that I still haven't dumped. Good stuff in there, man. Good stuff. Maybe today is the day, though. Every time, everything, it's like a book. My grandmother used to say every book was written for a certain time of your life. It's true. Pick it up. Time. Times. Time. Same time. Same time. One moment, please. GIS. I'd like to know which division Brown and Melanson work for. General duty? GIS? MCU? What are they? I'd say there's something. Oh, come on. This was out by DEBERT. Okay, it's somewhere right in here. Okay. This is Dion Sutton's statement. Like I said, I have done a video, and I know somebody out there is bashing their keyboard, and has been for a long time. Thank goodness they're not in physical proximity. Otherwise, I think I'd have things thrown at me. Anyway, and the way his statement reads is very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see here. Like he's got a police vehicle. We're sitting ducks. We don't know who is who. He could easily drive past with lights on, stop, and shoot like we have no idea, I said. We got to, hopefully we find him today. Hopefully he's dead, or we find him today. And yeah, we're just basically, okay, let's see here. Well, yeah, out around Wentworth, there was a person who appeared to be shot. There was a member on scene, and he was getting into his police car. Okay. And I think basically 2 and 2 came together, and we realized that this was the guy. So me and Phil, looking at each other, well, where do we go from here? Like, do we leave? Or do we wait to see what's going to happen? All of a sudden, we hear a roar. There's like 2 ERT vehicles leave. Armored vehicle is going by, and Jeff and I say to Phil, or I said, screw that. We're going, let's go. I said, we're not waiting for to be. I don't know if they knew. Or if they even, where the hell am I? Oh, sorry, so we just followed in. I followed in behind Jeff and Phil, in behind me in his truck, and I just followed at the same time in a vehicle in front of us. Okay, so it's the order of stuff is strange. Plus, he says in here specifically that there what at the Fisher residence, the person who was shooting spent a bunch of time there. Some time, I think, was his word. Quite a bit of time, or something like that. And they had them looking out for around the fire pit and such. It's interesting how his name isn't even mentioned, because he's there, sitting at the end of the driveway. Anyway, I don't. We're just going in circles. I mean, it's sad reading, but it's very honest. This person's statement. I know I've mentioned it a few times now, and like I said, I know the person is bashing the keyboard. Where is it here? Cul-de-sac, Brookfield. Anyways, you'll see. It's a 2 hour, 50-minute video or something like that I do. But it's worth it, and I'm sure I've fucked up some of the editing. I didn't even edit it. I'm just going to put it out. It's got problems in it, though, I think, in terms of I stop, and because I'm looking things up as I'm doing things. Silver and gray Mazda in Enfield, I think, but that changed, right? It then went to just a generic, according to Darren, if you go back to the beginning. Was there not a red Mazda Toyota? There was a red vehicle, yeah, in Shuby, but what was that? Honda. I think we're Toyota. We were even able to find who owned that. And the son told Steve to fuck off. Looks like a grayish color tie. Okay. McDonald tie brown. Okay. Very observant. Oh dear, is amongst extreme technical skills. Thank you ever so much. What could we do? Why can't your Constable Rodney McDonald talk over dispatch? Yeah. Man. We are aware that it was gray. RCMP original statement said it's solid red. Glaring mistake. There is an email MCC document now. Re-push bars. Leather sent an email asking about push bars. Interesting. Okay. More times. Every single clock. Come on. Sometimes the simplest explanation. According to 2021, the Nova Scotia budget, 70 officers are off on trauma leave. Now, Dion talks about how many people are out. I think he's out too. I'm not sure, but I could be wrong.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence or resume in 2 minutes.
Let's see if I can find this before they go back. Truro Sobeys. See, and the four things, talk about the four things. He talks about the gas station. Remember how I'm always bitching about the third gas station? He talks about it. Elmsdale Plaza. Talks about the fourth thing, which I mentioned too, the Sobeys up in Truro. All going on roughly at the same time. Petrocan, Superstore, Petrocan. Fire pit, maybe fire pit. No, fire pit. I'm not going to find it. I can't ever find anything. It's just can't find it. It's in my mind. Okay. We went back, spent some time. They had us a lot of time searching around the fire pit because he was around there quite a bit. Fishers. Let's try that. Come on. Oh, go on. Okay, I guess I'm not going to find it. I got it in the video anyway.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. Commissioners and all others, this presentation involves a discussion of the homicide of two women, two valued members of the Victorian Order of Nurses, two loved members of our community who were taken away from us senselessly. This was done shortly after 10 a.m. on April 19th, 2020 in DEBERT, Nova Scotia. And while I am charged in my role as Commission Counsel to be as objective as I possibly can about the facts, I wish to express my deepest sympathy to the members of the O'Brien and the Beaton family who I know are here and are watching. The foundational document goes into a great deal of detail with respect to forensic and physical evidence. I will not be doing that this morning. I will not be going into descriptors of crime scene particulars. This is a high-level introduction of the known facts, and as with other foundational documents involving fatalities, the details are indeed troublesome and disturbing. You need to know that, obviously, before I commence my presentation. Madam Registrar, I move to mark and tender the foundational document entitled Plains Road DEBERT into evidence in these proceedings.
It's Exhibit 417.
Thank you. I move to mark and tender all supporting material associated with Exhibit 417, the foundational document, Plains Road DEBERT, into evidence in these proceedings as well.
So exhibited.
Subject matter is a summary of information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to the events of April 19th at Plains Road in DEBERT, Nova Scotia. Commissioners, this is the foundational document introduction, so entitled. We have familiarity with the region around DEBERT. Given the overnight in DEBERT foundational document, we have familiarity with the location of Folly Lake and Glenholme, given the original or preceding foundational documents. Glenholme and DEBERT are situated here to give you a sense of where they are located regionally. You are familiar with the 104. You are familiar, of course, with the old Wentworth Highway. You will see where the highway of Highway 4 runs south and north, and then when it gets just south of Glenholme, runs east as well towards Truro. It is an unusual geographical or travel ways anomaly where the Highway 4 and the Highway 2 actually amalgamate for a short period of time along the shore when they get to Truro. You will be familiar with Highway 2 towards Portapique. We've discussed that at length in previous presentations. You are also familiar with Plains Road as a result of the overnight in DEBERT foundational document. Plains Road runs east from Highway 4 through the community of DEBERT. This will be the topic of discussion here this morning. It runs towards the 104 in the east or east of DEBERT, but not quite. It intersects with McKelman Road. That runs south to intersect with the Highway 4/2 and overpasses the Highway 104 at exit 13. The previous location of the, or topic of discussion at Glenholme, the address there is identified and tagged on the screen, providing you with the reference to the full geographical area. Plains Road and McKelman Road here are shown a little closer in perspective to the residents at Highway 4. This shows you at an introductory level some of the locations that we will discuss. First, there is observations made by a number of witnesses, Higgins, McMaster, and Crow. We will discuss some video from Angelina Pizzeria, once again, a location that you are quite familiar with. We will discuss video from Dave's Service Center, familiar with that as well. And then there will be extensive discussion of video seized and taken from Community Metal Roofing and Siding. This is important for constructing a narrative about what happened on Plains Road. The Community Metal Roofing and Siding location is almost across the road from Ventura Drive, the entrance into the DEBERT Business Park, that which we discussed in previous foundational document introductions. At this point, I wish to relay some selective witness observations to you in an effort to try to present for you what lawyers sometimes describe pieces of the puzzle, to give you a sense of what the commission has put together as to what took place on Plains Road. The first witness or witnesses that we're going to discuss is Bruce Higgins and Tiffany McMaster. And I wanted to just reiterate something that I've said before in previous presentations, is that there is obviously a difference between human observations and recorded video observations. But human observations, while a person is required to register, record, and recall all information, can be very useful. It can also be subject sometimes to mistake. And we need to be careful in terms of how we assess this. But if you take all of the observations of a human being together with other human beings, with video information, with forensic information, with physical information, you can kind of construct a general overall picture. And the purpose of this introduction is to give you a sense of some of those pieces. In this case, Bruce Higgins and Tiffany McMaster were operating a motor vehicle and traveling west on Plains Road at around 10 a.m. on the 19th of April. Mr. Higgins provided a statement on May 19th. Ms. McMaster provided one on May 13th of 2020. They were driving west on Plains Road around 10 a.m. and they passed an RCMP vehicle traveling east. So it's a small observation, but it's an observation of two people for no reason other than to say that when they were investigated and spoken to, that they made observations of this vehicle. They described the police vehicle as driving slow, nothing out of the ordinary. Leroy Crow gave a statement on April 25th, 2020. He said that he noticed an RCMP in the rearview mirror as he was traveling east on Plains Road. So he advised that he saw that vehicle and he noticed what almost looked like it had a black push bar. Leroy Crow said that in his statement of April 25th, 2020, that he was traveling east in a gray Civic. He was following another person who was also driving a gray Civic. They were traveling in tandem, and he noticed that the RCMP vehicle traveling behind them was getting closer. Crow followed his traveling companion, and they both turned up northway in a northern direction up the East Folly Mountain Road. So you can see from the depiction here that Crow travels east, followed by the vehicle, the police vehicle, and then he and his travel companion in another car head up the East Folly Mountain Road. Now, the interesting thing about East Folly Mountain Road is that it is actually east of Angelina's Pizzeria, but west of Dave's service center. So these vehicles should have, in accordance with Mr. Crow's version of events, passed Angelina Pizzeria. So once again, you will be familiar with the Angelina Pizzeria situation and the relatively clear depiction of the vehicles in front of that location. The Angelina Pizzeria at 9:56:35 records the following, and I just want to draw your attention to a small vehicle on the travel portion of the road. Mr. Crow said that he was driving a small vehicle and that he was following a small Civic as well. He said he was driving a Civic, he was following a Civic before they turned up the East Folly Mountain Road. It's a short clip, but it would seem to be at least consistent with what Mr. Crow says in terms of traveling on the road that day. Two cars in front of the RCMP vehicle. It appears plausible that this depicts Leroy Crow, the vehicle he was traveling with ahead of the perpetrator on that morning. As we are familiar with, Dave's Service Center is 270 meters east of Angelina's Pizzeria, and interestingly enough, east of the East Folly Mountain Road. At 9:57:37,
Let's see if he shows the other angle.
looks like one marked police vehicle goes by, providing consistency to what I told you about earlier, human observations and human determinations about what took place. The vehicle then goes by Dave's Service Center and heads towards Community Metal Roofing and Siding. Community Metal Roofing and Siding is located just south of Ventura Drive on the eastern or northeastern side of Plains Road. The Community Metal timestamp is totally unreliable to investigators at the Mass Casualty Commission. There were investigative inconsistencies with respect to the timing of that timestamp, such that we can't in any way rely on that. But it's not important for reliance on it in terms of timing. It's more important for what we see in terms of the details. There are actually two camera angles at Community Metals Siding. The first one, as you will see here, is on the north side of the building, and it looks towards Plains Road. Vehicles traveling east will come from the right-hand side of the slide, travel along the top portion of the slide, and disappear onto the left side. It captures vehicles approaching from the west on Plains Road. You will notice when I play this 65-second video, 4 vehicles pass by. They pass from the right to the left. In this 65 seconds, it shows what the commission is claiming is the perpetrator vehicle first. Then you will see a blue pickup. Then you will see a light-colored smaller car. And then you will see a brown pickup. I hope to explain for you a little bit later in my presentation what the significance of this is. First car. Second. Third.
Ooh, good spot. Tuesday. Oops.
Fourth. Now I'm going to take you to the video on the south side of Community Metals siding and roofing. This will show you the exact same thing from a different angle. This time you get a little better view of the road on the right side, a shorter clip, but it's a little bit closer. You'll see Plains Road depicted in the top right corner. This too is a 65-second clip. You will see what would appear to be the perpetrator's vehicle proceed by. 24 seconds later, a blue pickup goes by, consistent with the other video. 30 seconds goes by, and we see a small light-colored vehicle. And for purposes of clarification, this appears to be the vehicle of Heather O'Brien. And then 65 seconds later, we see a brown pickup. So this is consistent with the first video showing you the time distances between the four vehicles that pass by. The importance of this, of course, is that it's also very close to the murder scene that unfortunately I have to discuss with you at this stage. But I wish to point out the following summary that's gleaned from Community Metals. Perpetrator appears to be traveling east. 24 seconds later, there appears to be a blue pickup traveling east behind the perpetrator. The information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that this is the vehicle of Sarah Hughes and Adam Griffith, who were interviewed and provided observations of what they saw on that day. 30 seconds after the perpetrator passes by and 6 seconds after the Hughes-Griffith vehicle passes by, we see a small light-colored vehicle traveling east. Information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that this is the Volkswagen Jetta of Heather O'Brien. 65 seconds later, after the perpetrator passes by, it appears that a dark brown pickup goes by. Information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that this is the vehicle of Ralph Ellis and Sharon Mullins, who provided information with respect to their observations. So in terms of putting pieces together, video observations, I wish to speak to you about what it was that was observed by these people in the vehicles. Sarah Hughes and Adam Griffiths, 24 seconds behind the perpetrator in the blue Ford pickup, were driving east, and they noticed that they were following a police car driving normally. Ms. Hughes gave a statement on April 24th, 2020. Mr. Griffiths gave a statement on May 1st. Forgive me, I've got that backwards. Mr. Griffiths gave it on the 24th and Ms. Hughes on the 1st of May. They were driving east on Plains Road. They noticed a police vehicle shortly after they crossed the train tracks by Dave's Service Center. The police vehicle slowed and turned into a pullout on the south side of the road on Plains Road. The pullout is a small gravel section extending from the side of the road or in the travel portion on the south side of Plains Road. They observed what they saw was a silver gray Honda CRV facing west in the pullout, looking or facing towards Community Metals Roofing and Siding. They report that the police car pulled in behind and parallel beside the driver's side of the vehicle. They report that the man or a police officer exited the vehicle. In their rearview mirror after they passed the scene, they report that they watched as he approached the driver's side of the vehicle, but made no further observations after that. Terry Budd was coming from the other direction, from Lancaster Crescent. He was heading west on Plains Road after completing a long shift there at the distribution center. He says that the RCMP vehicle had cordoned off a smaller Toyota on the opposite side of the road in front of him. Mr. Budd says that he saw a man shoot the windows out of the smaller car. He reports then the police car headed west ahead of him on Plains Road. And as I had said to you earlier, memory and human recall and memory and recording and recollection can sometimes be difficult. But Mr. Budd's recollection of that vehicle heading west after the shooting is inconsistent with other pieces of information that has been provided to the Mass Casualty Commission. That doesn't mean that you reject everything and all. You may, depending on the circumstances and how the picture forms, but it is at least consistent in that detail. However, Mr. Budd makes observations of things that he saw in that area. Ralph Ellis and Sharon Mullins were also traveling east on Plains Road. They are the people in the 65-second behind perpetrator in the dark brown pickup as described in their statements. They were approximately 35 seconds behind the smaller Heather O'Brien vehicle. They drove past the pullout and noticed a police car and an SUV parked beside each other at that location. Mr. Ellis reports that both vehicles were facing west towards Community Metals. Ms. Mullins reports that she saw the police car facing east and the SUV was facing west. Similar inconsistency by two people who were there at the same time. They saw, however, together describe seeing a man standing between the two vehicles, and they saw what they believed the passenger side window was smashed out of the SUV. Ralph Ellis and Sharon Mullins drove by the pullout. And in the rearview mirror, they report that they observed a man go behind his car, jump in his car, and come around behind us. Mr. Ellis reports that he observed the same, plus he reports that he observed the police car pull around in front of the SUV and head east on Plains Road. They observed a light-colored car on the shoulder ahead of them as they passed by. The driver appeared to have her head down, like on the phone, or seemed to be texting. Ms. Mullins was asked specifically what she saw in terms of observations of that person. She said that she was definitely alive when they passed by. They drove by, and they watched in the rearview mirror as the police car that they observed earlier stopped beside the vehicle in the eastbound lane. Mr. Ellis reports that he saw the man exit the police car from the driver's side and approach the second vehicle on the west side of Plains Road. Ellis and Mullins report that they lost sight of any interaction between the police car and the O'Brien car that we are concluding it was at that time. They did not see the shooting of Heather O'Brien. Ralph Ellis and Sharon Mullins continued east on Plains Road, approaching exit 13 at Highway 104. At that time, they described seeing the police vehicle approach them from behind. This is a view, an aerial view from quite high up of the pullout from above. The pullout I had described, for lack of a better word of that location, is the scene where Kristen Beaton was murdered. She died of multiple gunshot wounds. Shell casings were found nearby and broken glass. This is a closer look, a closer view of the pullout from a drone taken in August of 2021. You will notice the memorial site at the scene. And this gives you a view of the relative size of that which we have called the pullout for purposes of this presentation. This slide shows the road view heading east on Plains Road just before reaching the pullout and beyond. It gives you a sense of the person's or any person's ability to make observations of that location. Once again, the memorial can be seen in this photograph. It shows Plains Road heading off into the east and the vantage point that the Mullins and Ellises would have had as they drove by and indeed were by, looking back. This is back to an aerial view of the pullout. This illustration depicts the scene of the murder of Heather O'Brien. The initial vehicle was the stoppage of the vehicle was about 320 meters southeast of the Kristen Beaton vehicle. Bullet casings and broken glass were located there. It would appear that the car rolled forward about 60 meters into a wooded ditch area. It appears plausible that Ms. O'Brien's foot was on the brake pedal and it was released at the time she was murdered. Further, closer view from August of 2021 showing the memorial, essentially providing you an illustration of the location of the homicide of Ms. O'Brien, where the vehicle came to rest. This slide is the same view, just a better view of Plains Road extending into the southeast towards exit 13 on Highway 104. Once again, provides you an opportunity to assess which was viewed by Mullins and Ellis in the rearview mirror and their opportunity to make those observations. There are additional accounts, witness accounts of observations referred to in the foundational documents. I won't be referring to them because they are essentially observations made by people who arrived after the perpetrator had left the scene. We have mentioned those witnesses in the documents. Star Moore in particular made a 911 call at 10:06 to report what she had seen as she had been driving east. Jessica McBurney made a 911 call at 10:07 from Lancaster Crescent to describe what she saw after driving west on the road. Trevor Higgins made a call as well. He made that call at 10:11:45 after he attended to the pullout. These are all Nova Scotians who attended to the scene and experienced the horror that they obviously were required to see. Caltex Windows and Entrance Systems is located on McKelman Road in DEBERT. Video was seized from this location showing activity consistent with what Mr. Ellis and Ms. Mullins described when they said they left the scene and the police vehicle approached them from behind. The timestamp on this video is about a minute off, according to the proprietors of that business. It shows you the following. So as we reviewed the video, it's a 13-second video, and the timestamp shows that it's actually a passage of 16 seconds, so it's not accurate in that regard either, other than to say it provides you a view of the brown pickup truck followed by the perpetrator on the McElman Road. McElman Road comes to a terminus at Highway 4, Highway 2. It would appear that the perpetrator went down McElman Road and then turned east on Highway 4, Highway 2, heading towards the Truro area. Carstar Collision is a business that's located to the east of the intersection of McElman Road and Highway 4, Highway 2. It is about 650 meters west of the Onslow Fire Brigade Fire Hall that will be discussed in subsequent presentations and foundational documents. This is a still taken from Carstar Collision business. You can see on the right, which would be the Highway 2, Highway 4, what appears to be a marked vehicle, marked police vehicle. At 10:06, the accuracy is unestablished with respect to time of that, but it is entirely consistent with that which I talked about, the big puzzle. Kristen Beaton died that morning. She was a continuing care assistant at the VON. She was doing her job. She was visiting clients in Masstown and DEBERT. She was expecting her second child. She spoke and texted with her husband over the phone that morning. Shortly before 9 a.m., she had posted a link to the Local 35 Home Support Workers Facebook page suggesting that workers be careful and be safe and keep your eyes open. She linked and she referenced the RCMP Twitter account. She died senselessly that morning. She was shot from the outside of the driver's side of her vehicle, was seated in her car at that pullout. Heather O'Brien was the victim of multiple gunshot wounds as well. She was a licensed practical nurse with the VON. She was scheduled to work that day, but was granted the day off. But she was still concerned over the incident in Portapique and the welfare of her co-workers and friends. She maintained regular communication with her friend and co-worker, Leona Allen. Leona Allen experienced the horror of listening to the murder in the last minutes of the life of her friend. The vehicle rolled forward after the shooting into the ditch. She was shot from the outside of the driver's side of the vehicle. At 10:07 a.m., we hear the following dispatch.
Break for dispatch. We have another shooting on Plains Road in DEBERT.
Do we know if that's a current one or an old one?
No, it's current. I've just had 2 files come in for it. They were on the phone with a Heather O'Brien, 50 years old, parked on Lancaster Crescent in a vehicle, heard gunshots. Heather screamed and the line went dead.
Again, approximate the Civic for that.
Yeah.
1541 Plains Road. 1541 Plains Road.
203 is responding to DEBERT.
Hotel 1 to Hotel 12 Kilo. We're going to make our way to that Plains Road address.
Yeah, the Lancaster one is a third-party information. We did have a file come in for a residence just on Plains Road near Lancaster. Said a woman was shot and another car with a window shot out. 1541 Plains Road. Both vehicles are pulled off to the side of the road.
This alarming dispatch, of course, mobilizes resources. The resources at that time were focused on the GLENHOLME situation as described earlier this morning. Members mobilized and attended to the scene of Ms. Beaton and Ms. O'Brien. The slide depicts those who were the first responders: Constable Brent Ashley, Hubley, and McLeod at the Beaton scene, Constables Fahey, Coleman, Mahar, and Ivany at the O'Brien scene. Members attended, of course. Family members attended, of course. Family members were deeply concerned and had information that would have raised concern with respect to the welfare of both Ms. O'Brien and Ms. Beaton. Fire service were attended. They were directed to relocate due to the active shooter situation concern. EHS attended. They staged at exit 13 in the area. A DNR helicopter, which at that time was circling over the Glenholme location, was relocated immediately at 10:11:43 CIC West broadcast that the helicopter was over the location in Plains Road. At 10:17, the spotter in that vehicle indicated that he was unable to locate the perpetrator's vehicle. As the Commission has decided to do at the completion of these brief introductions to the foundational document, we try to summarize key events with respect to the topic that has been discussed. I will do so again in completion and finalization of this introduction. At 9:56:42, the perpetrator passed by Angelina Pizzeria heading east on Plains Road. At 9:59:49, Leona Allen engaged in a telephone conversation with Heather O'Brien during her murder. At 1:01:52, the perpetrator proceeded east on the scene past Caltech entrance systems. I said 1:01, I meant, of course, 10:01. 10:02:31, Leona Allen called 911 and provided the call taker with the disturbing information that she had heard. At 10:06, the perpetrator was almost to Onslow Fire Hall on Highway 2, as indicated in the CarStar photo that we have provided and shown you. At 10:07:53, dispatch to the scene was made and the response recorded as presented. Commissioners, that is the introduction to the foundational document for Plains Road DEBERT.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. Thank you to Participants Council, for everyone taking part. We have shared 4 disturbing foundational documents this week: 2328 Hunter Road, Highway 4 Wentworth, Highway 4 Glenholme, Plains Road, in an effort to give the public a overview of what took place in those various locations. Of course, the foundational documents are much more detailed than the overview, and the foundational documents refer to all of the various source materials, which, as I've indicated, I believe in my opening remarks and since then, you can see on our website, but at your pace, because they are difficult. We've heard from our CMP officers and from a civilian witness yesterday. We thank all of them for their attendance and helping us as commissioners. In the coming weeks, we will be sharing more foundational documents. You can see what is coming up in the calendar on our website, where you can also, as I've said, register to attend the proceedings. And you can sign up for regular updates. On the screen, you can see the foundational documents in darker color that we have presented and those yet to come. Next week, public proceedings will be paused, but we will continue our investigation, finalizing the foundational documents yet to come, preparing to hear from witnesses, and preparing for our phase 2 proceedings. When we resume on April 11th, we anticipate sharing more foundational documents and hearing from more witnesses. We have a lot more work to do to fully understand what happened and why it happened, and what findings and recommendations we can share to help communities safer. I just want to say that our hearts go out to those families. We discussed them today and last week. As I said in my opening remarks, as challenging as this may be for council, for the commissioners, for the commission teams, we are on the very lucky side of this equation. And our hearts and prayers and thoughts are always with those most affected. Thank you. And we'll adjourn until the 11th of April at 9:30. Thank you again.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until April the 11th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Two hours. 2 hours. Wow, this just keeps getting better and better. Oh. Okay, time to update the thumbnail. So weren't they supposed to tell people if they were going to quit early? Didn't they tweet that out? Where's that tweet or record of it? Can somebody find that for me, please? I know they said it. So it is now 11:30. a.m. Wow. You can tell always they just draw it out nice and slow. And how do we fill this time? We'll say thank you to everybody. You've heard from witnesses. Thank you. I didn't know that. All this time no, I haven't actually, but how do I move this now? Yeah, 10 days. 10 days off, right? I know a bunch of you are getting, it's hard to get everything organized, but I know that a bunch of you are getting screenshots of what they're doing and when they're doing it and all that good stuff. There we go. There you go. Nice. You know, again, this is if families are happy with it, then okay. Don't know what to say. Don't know what to say. Toughie. That's a toughie. It is an assault on your intelligence, and it certainly is an insult too. We are not happy with it. Okay, so I wanted to see what time did they say the Fisher call came? I know that there was a message, Peter, about them saying that they were going to go all day. It wasn't phrased that way, but if we're going to end early, or unless otherwise stated, we'll go till 4:30. And I know that was kind of prompted by, I was laughing with Tara about it because I'm pretty sure that's like thumbnail nonsense. They got upset with pointing out that they weren't going to go till 4:30. If you have lots of evidence, to which there should be tons, right? Tons of evidence, video evidence in that case, right? You can just throw lots of evidence out there and say, okay, here's the car here, here's the car here, here's the car here. And I believe that there's lots of camera angles, lots of cameras up and down there because that's industrial, and you get the home hardware, you've got all kinds of things. Didn't have the angle from Dave's. The one angle that they gave you right at the beginning. This one. I'm still waiting for this angle. The second camera. Where is it? They gave you the little corner snipperoonie one. The camera located right beside it. This was their big evidence because, you know, you can see the number, don't you know, as it's a picture of a screen. As I pointed out back then, you can see the yellow line. And the time stamp didn't quite line up, but anyway. What time was the phone call from? Okay, have a good day. Please take care of yourself. No, not at all. They should have had him when past the campground. I think they should have had him a hell of a lot earlier than that, Kelly. What time was the phone call? Betty and Linda will clear it up. Maybe. They've been awfully silent. That'll come later. I think there's there'll be a lot of time, and do that. Please, somebody total all the time that has been devoted to families and the actual evidence. I don't think fence posts necessarily qualify duct tape, but whatever. Throw it in there even with that. And let's see how much time is dedicated to the other part of the narrative. I think you're going to find it's extremely disproportionate. Which is grossly unfair to the families. I would think. I can only speak to a few of them, so I don't really know. Another 2-week break, 10 days. I think it's 10 days. 10 days, isn't it? I think I put it in the Discord. All right. Did we get a... Oh, minus the 30 minutes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Did they took a 30-minute. How long was the break? I don't know how I can put that in. Okay, I'll have to figure that one out. 1.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. And you see, I think if you time it and you remove the breaks and you probably remove the geography lesson and kind of some other filler BS, you put that up against what's coming down the pike. Oh boy. Going to be something really funny to see. Unreal gets worse every day. 2 hours less a break. They're very intent on the blueberry field. Very important. It's the cameras, dash cams. I'm telling you. Still a lot more work to do. Working drafts. You know, and to even talk about this, I was sitting there thinking about it. Talking about this stuff is rehashing trauma, but the fact that you don't answer anything is the true trauma. Trying to find the answer. I think, and I've been told by families, is what gives them resolution. Oh, the wearing down, I'll tell you. It's all part of the game. It's all part of it. And it is a very organized thing. Okay, so let's see. Did we get a time? I'm just scrolling here. No. Can somebody please tell me what time? My memory eludes me. I thought it was 9:57. Am I wrong? Yes, that was all way off. But again, you can go and replicate this one. Literally, you can go and just take a picture at whatever time they claim that on the 19th. The shadow. Does it fit? If it does, then fair. If it doesn't, oh boy. Very apparent that they're doctoring timestamps. Okay, why would you say that, Karen? Just so we all are on the same page. Looks like pictures from last summer. Yeah, the video needs to be closely scrutinized, the grass and things like that. It's getting a little chilly in here. It is a cold day. Can somebody please tell me the time? You guys are going to be faster than me. Pretty sure. I'd say that's maybe why they took a break, but I could be wrong. Not going to review. We're not going to go through the foundational document. Really? I thought that's why it's foundational. Is it not? 32 pages. My Lord. $500,000. So if it's 500,000 pages that they're devoting to over 500,000 pages. Oh. Have I got something wrong here? I get this. I don't know if this is just more my I can't scan documents. I don't know if that's just because so certain documents. I don't know if it's just because I've done something wrong. Let's try. Okay. It could just be. Let's try that. Okay, it looks like it's going to work. Timestamps are different colors and fonts. I thought even it changed during one, but maybe not. Black and white, and then something that was white turned black. Oh, here we go. Got another one. Could not replace current page with new recognized page because of the following error. Bad parameter. What are you talking about? Low memory. You out of your mind? Low disk space. I may be a techno bumpkin, but I'll tell you, my computer is fucking huge. Something I invested in and always upgrade years ago and build myself. Okay, so, they phoned at 9:48. Okay. Phoned at 9:48 from Fisher's. Drive south. Doubles back. Goes to Plains Road. Drives by Angela's Pizzeria at 9:56. I think but you have to listen to all the points. You plot them. I don't think it's going to work. I really don't. Oh my. Charlene. After Kendall? No, Colford and Vicky Colford and Natasha Jameson. Are you talking about the roadblock down there? I think this is why Mr. Sutton's interview is very interesting. I'm behind watching the video. Curious why the videos show the 18th of February, Tuesday. Yeah, let's go to their site because they should have that up now. Let's have a little closer look. I want to get your points in always, so I flash them up on the screen, but at the same time, I wish I was using OBS or something like that, but I'm not techno. Years ago I used that. And I don't obscure the ticker tape AI garbage. Now, let's see here. So what have they put up? So we have Wentworth Market. Okay, well, that's yesterday. 1547. 256. That doesn't look like they've updated it. That'll be Dave's in the morning. No, not updated. More cameras. Yeah, that was great eye, Uncle Laser. Well, first off the draw. Let's say it that way. Okay, let's see here. Why does Lisa's foundational document state her name? Yes. Just in the one interview with Vardy. The one interview with Vardy. It states that. Which is not really a typo. It's pretty hard to hit 6 characters incorrectly. And I think it's even capitalized. So what's up with that? As you count Colfer, okay. Yeah. I mean, that's always, I've wondered about that. I believe that was her husband. No, it began with a W. What was her husband's name? But began with a W. Former name. Somebody in here will know. I'm fairly certain it begins with a W. Yeah. Not blows. Here we go. Were it reshot, for some reason, you'd see the timestamp for the later date, not the earlier. That's a good point. Unless, you're just sloppy, right? Absolutely. I mean, it could just be that it's off. But there seems to be so many that are off, I think is probably what raises eyebrows, right? If you have a couple, I can't. Not in this day and age either. See, that camera is also going to be connected to the internet. So how do you do that exactly? Let's see here. Maybe I can replay that part of the proceedings. Webcast. 2 hours, 26 minutes. 8 seconds with a half-hour break. But that they include. That you can't download.
For the state and the CMP
Okay,
vehicle.
one moment. I'll mute that. How do you mute this?
That's with respect to the perpetrator's possession of decommissioned vehicles.
No video.
This slide provides
Jacket. Vest. Hat. I don't see a weapon, to be honest with you, even though they say.
I found about everyone in Gloucester was at for about half an hour to 45 minutes. At one point in the call, Mr. Fisher requested that the 911 operator call neighbors to alert them to the existence and the danger that they were under. He also indicated to the call taker that he had a firearm and that he was prepared to use it if the home was breached. After 2 minutes and 14 seconds, the perpetrator returned to his vehicle. So we know that the perpetrator left his vehicle, walked to the house, banged on the door, rang the doorbell, did not enter the house, and then returned to his vehicle. These still shots show him returning to the vehicle, walking in the opposite direction. You'll see at this stage from the view that we have that the long gun appears to be in his right hand. Looks like his left hand now is in his pocket, and it would appear that he gets in his vehicle and leaves. The timing information of 2 hours and 2 minutes and 14 seconds is coming from the security video with respect to timing on his arrival and his departure. The video, the depiction on the bottom right shows the vehicle leaving from the position that it was for about 2 minutes.
We have 4:35, 49, right? So even if the clock is off,
On the right where the vehicle has actually done a 3-point turn, the vehicle drives up, goes behind the vehicles, does a 3-point turn.
and I think this may be why it's clipped out here. 10 frames per second is showing in the bottom corner, so the time should be showing. No? Huh. Interesting. So we do get a time up here. No frames per second down here. I don't see that he's dressed like a police officer. Now, it would be very easy to show the timestamp. Right when he first arrives. One moment, please. And the route that Mr. Patton, not that he says that that's the route, but if you listen to what he's saying, it doesn't add up to the narrative. He's listening to calls. Now, whether the calls are, I was talking to somebody about it that a couple nights ago, whether the calls are going in chronological order, but they definitely either sat on it and he didn't hear about it, or if he's reading it correctly, it doesn't follow the order. But without seeing the video or reading the statement, it's difficult to follow. Now, all right, I don't know why we needed drone footage. Okay. Now they show a slide. Oh.
Perhaps some 10 minutes earlier by this time.
Timestamp visible in larger screen grab, but cropped from smaller images.
Very quickly, given new and alarming information from the dispatch.
Okay.
Break for dispatch. We have another shooting on Plains Road in DeBert.
10:08.
Do we know if that's current one or an old
10:08:02.
No, it's current. I've just had 2 files come in for it. They were on
We
the
have
phone
another
with
shooting.
Heather O'Brien, 50 years old, parked on Lancaster Crescent in a vehicle. Heard gunshots. Heather screamed and the line went dead.
You can approximate the Civic for that.
10:08:02. I think the break is convenient too. Call me tinfoily. But I think it's because the two won't jive.
Across the road from Ventura Drive, the entrance into the DeBert Business Park, that which we just 15th of 2020. They were driving west on Plains Road, vehicle traveling behind them was getting close following. I just want to draw your attention to a small vehicle on the travel portion of the road.
I apologize if there's echo.
How
do I name this?
Civic was following Civic before they turned up the east Folly Mountain Road.
Probably just do this. Just do that. Okay.
It's a short clip, but it would seem to be at least consistent with what Mr. Crow says in terms of traveling on the road that day.
Is Millbrook a black or brown truck? I think it's black.
2 cars in front of the RCMP vehicle. It appears plausible that this depicts
10:08.
Leroy Crow and the vehicle he was traveling with ahead of the perpetrator on that
All right,
morning.
let's go.
As we are familiar with Community Metal Roofing and Siding. Community Metal Roofing and Siding is located just south of Ventura Drive on the eastern or northeastern side of Plains Road. The Community Metal timestamp is totally unreliable to investigators at the Mass Casualty Commission.
Saw the cop car?
Investigative
The
inconsistencies
specific
with
cop
respect to
car?
the timing of that timestamp such that we can't in any way rely on that. But it's not important for reliance on it. In
There's
terms
going to
of
be
timing.
obviously a lot of
It's
cop
more
cars in the
important for
area.
What we see in terms of
And they have already
details.
stated that there's not just.
There are actually
Okay,
2
so here we
camera
go.
angles.
February 18th, 2020, 10/10/30. So we're off by 2 months, 1 day. The time obviously doesn't fit. This is camera angle 1. I could swear the colors change too. Not that it's really probably. I don't understand this colored stuff. What is that indicative of? I have no idea. Anything? I thought the Tuesday went to black, but If it's connected to the internet, then okay. So we have the God there. 10:00.
5 seconds later. 5 seconds later, we see a brown pickup.
So we have one car already gone by. Oh.
So this is consistent with the first video showing you the time distances between the 4 vehicles that pass by. The importance of this, of course, is that it's also very close to the murder scene that unfortunately I have to discuss with you at this stage. But I wish to point out the following summary.
Camera one.
that's
Same
gleaned from
business?
Community Metals.
Same camera?
Perpetrator appears to be traveling.
Totally different angles. Camera one. Camera one. No. This one's on the side of the back of the building. This one's on the front off to an angle, which I'm sure they have a front angle too. Why are they both camera one? Blurred out, yeah. They can make arguments for privacy. Oh, those people are running around dox people. This doxing thing is ridiculous argument. Like anybody has an interest in knowing anything more than just the truth. Camera one, camera one. Does that not seem strange to anybody? Camera one, camera one. Two different, complete different angles. Let's see what else you got here. Spend 2 hours on the fence post and minutes on murder scenes. Well, that's why it would be, I would really love if somebody could total the time spent on actual stuff versus filler and breaks and days off. I have a camera and my date and time is all white. All right, let's see. Now maybe there's something about that. Security camera. White. Timestamp. I've noticed this in a couple of other. White and black. I don't know, somebody is getting angry at me right now. The way they do that is dumb way to keep you always being able to see it. First of all, it's kind of stupid algorithm that changes it from black to white or vice versa when the background doesn't warrant it. Oh, when you are watching a live feed, internet connected, that would be problematic. But if it were internet connected, then how could they have made this prior? That doesn't fit. Yeah, one camera's on the front and one's on the back, on the opposite side. Yet both are camera one. It's like you took one camera and you moved it from one side and then put it around on the other one and then did the video again. Just didn't have two cameras. Think it's caused by shadows. Yeah, the color thing. Yeah, it seems to be auto detecting. It's like your phone. Screen. Misled redocument title naming LB as LBP. Would be. I don't understand. Maybe you can clarify, Andrew. Now, where is the Dave's? Where is the
East.
Dave's?
Sorry
about the. I can't. I don't know how to mute it.
They report this road traveling UV. They closer to them towards the Truro area.
Because that's going to be tough to hear.
Collision is a business that's located to the east of the intersection of McCalman Road and Highway 4, Highway 2.
Oh wait, don't
It
take
is
them.
about
Turn off the audio.
650 meters west.
Let's see. Do that. Then we're not going to get echo. So this one says 10:06, April 19. Again, it's the side. Would they not have a camera out front? But Dave's does have the camera angle out front. Where is the Dave's one? It's got to be right in between here. Oh. $957.47. Okay. Let's see here. Timeline. I think it matches, but there we go. $957.47. Okay. Okay, but where is the second camera? The one that shows head on, because there's two cameras like I showed the other day that are so pretty much side by side. Thank you, 44, for that. Taking that photo. There's two cameras side by side. They always give you this one now. I was waiting to see if they were going to do it this time, and they didn't again. They don't ever give you this one now. Right? You follow what I'm saying? Okay. So here is Dave's from the second camera angle, the front locked cam, as it says, which is different than this one, which is the other camera angle, which is much clearer. They didn't show it for the night video, the early morning video, and now for the morning video. Yet this was the one that Darren floated originally, right? So where, and I mean, with this camera angle, it's very clear to tell what car, you know, it's a bit more specific. You can see more. Hell, if you back this up, you know, even a couple of frames, you're going to see the driver. Dave's center shadows are quite long. For only 10 a.m. Any cameras from the quick way? There are going to be a lot of cameras. I'm not familiar with there, but I mean, you've got that big warehouse depot, what is it? I don't know how far that setback that is, but the Sobeys or whatever it is, warehouse up there. It would be a clearer picture. This is a very, you know, the other thing that they give you, this is just momentary. If they actually gave you that other camera angle, the one out front, the one that Darren floated, April 28th, which they have never done for either of the evening videos or this one, in the evening, early morning, and now 9:57. They've never given it, and I don't know why. So you can see a push bar in this one. Okay, it looks like there is an antenna on the back here. To my untrained eye. Anybody noticing anything? Well, somewhat trained, maybe. No damage, not dirty, no damage. Forty-six. I've tried to find an earlier picture on satellite of Dave's. Maybe an Apple satellite might have it. I don't know. Julie's really good at this stuff. Finding the shadow. Gravel. Did he say that? There's a lot of similar names in the story. Last names between. Oh, well, there's a few. Let's put it that way. I shouldn't use hyperbole. If he was in an unmarked car, then he could not have been driving the one that, quote, hit the deer and damaged the bumper. Interesting. They have not uploaded the video from yesterday. Is that the Blueberry Field video? Kohler windows. There's another one. Yeah. That is off the road. Okay. Tim Hortons DeBERT Reception Center at Kohler. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that up. Is it the Blueberry Field video, oh dear? I'll try and go back and find it. It is interesting that they didn't put it on. Webcast and past proceedings. These transcripts are good to get to. Download them. And then, actually, I'm going to do that right now. Oh! Wow. Even using AI tech that they can instantaneously do verbal scan, which would type up everything immediately. They can't upload the transcripts from 3 days ago. Interesting. Oh, the video from Hunter Road. The one you are watching right now at Dave's is not the fire department. Oh, not the foundational document. Right, and they don't have the video of. They're missing a lot of videos that they have. I would love to see, like, I mean, we can pull that out, right? Either Odeer or I or somebody else. And she's done a bunch of them already. The video from the the path through the trees. The drone, because it's clearly a drone. Let's see here. But they don't have the videos from Hunter Road up here yet. Those aren't uploaded. They didn't upload one of the, let's see here. These are all old. They have, okay, so they did upload Wentworth Market. Then where's the stuff, the two cop cars? Where's that? Oh, is that Hunter Road? I'm getting muddled here. Yeah, it is Hunter Road, isn't it? No. 256. I'm muddled. This one. 625. This is camera 3. Let me just look at something here. Camera 2. Okay. Let's go to a satellite image. What's the address on that? 256. 256. Highway 4. Well, that doesn't help me much, does it? I don't think my Google Earth is going to boot. For some reason, it doesn't like me anymore. Let's see if it'll load this. I don't think it's going to load. Fuck me. Let me try a different browser. Google Earth doesn't work on anything I have anymore. Oh, here we go. I got this one to work. Okay. So, what was it? 256? Highway 4. Now, where's the little dude? How can I put the dude down on the road? Oh, here we go. I want to see something. I have a feeling about something. I have for a little bit, but I didn't know how to check it. Aha. Aha. One moment, please. Okay, anyway, I'll fuzz around with that later. Let's see here. Okay, got some of your stuff in here too. Tim Hortons has drive-through cameras, so the footage. Where's the footage of the officer or his receipts? There was this rumor that he was down at the Tim Hortons too. How to knock down a post with no damage? Well, the push bar, don't you know? They said it takes a few days to upload the transcripts. That might be, you know, so many things to do, but that might make an interesting comparison. Okay, let's see here. I want to go back to that line. Stop screen, share screen, share audio. Okay, share.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
What about 2 different cameras? I just want to make sure I've got that line clear. That was said yesterday. They say Angelina's is right on. Again, though, the warrants to get these tapes are A, interestingly timed, and B, he said something about the interview dates. Well, that one actually made sense. Between the press conference on the 24th and the 28th. I would say prompted by the press asking.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much, participants, council and commission council. You've had your meeting, and I understand that there are some remaining questions, which I further understand that Ms. McCullough would like to pose to her client, actually. So we're pleased to have that happen and call on you, Ms. McCullough. Thank you.
I'm bothered by that. Maybe I'm just out to lunch, but I find that very strange that Miss McCullough is representing Mrs. Tebow, who wasn't there that night. Why does she have a lawyer? A. B. Why is it the family's lawyer? And that's according to McDonald, her client, it says. Her client. I wonder if the family's lawyers are aware that Mrs. McCullough is representing Tebow. Maybe. The stuff, too, with the article doesn't jive. Understanding melting points. Thank you for that. Weather. Thank you for that. I didn't quite understand it. I don't like pointing fingers, but it just doesn't quite work with me. I could be wrong. The Tebows were on their way out to Portapique Saturday, April 18, when they intended to isolate from COVID. But a snow squall in Halifax turned them back. What's another 24 hours? What does her statement read? Yeah, something mistaken. It doesn't jive with what she was saying. There's a lot of stuff in that one. That's going to take a long time to unpack. Again, you have to give the benefit of the doubt to nervousness and things. Oh, Tara's back again? Ignore. Buzz off. Ignore. I don't know. Do they? It's a good question. But it's not a public inquiry. Don't call it that. If ever I was to mute somebody or do something like that, I understand that that's totally extreme, but it would be the use of that term because it's not a public inquiry. I appreciate not spreading misnomers. Camera shot. The camera shot should not shown earlier is in the foundational documents. Okay, so you're referring to Dave's. Is that correct? If it's a shot, where's the video? Just can't leave it alone, can you, Tara? It seems strange, but stranger yet is the family lawyer representing her, because she sits first chair suing the RCMP on behalf of a group of family members, not Pinio. Pinio was first chair on the suit versus the estate, which is a common misconception. It's actually Sandra McCullough that's number one. Did they say that there were no bullets recovered from the car? Heather O'Brien's car? I'm all over the map, I understand. This Tebow statement. I'll definitely have to review that. Which RCMP cruiser was sitting at DEBERT exit? Kristen text about at 9 a.m. Good question. No GPS records because they don't log on, even though they have multiple GPS points. Their phones plural. Most of them have a company, quote, company phone. GPS of the car, the actual GPS of any car, and GPS for the workstation. Did Gabriel Wortman wash the car? Well, that never made any sense. Yeah. I mean, driving through bushes and shit. What about the dent in the bumper? No tree, but the tree somehow got taken out, according to that statement. But there was a dent in the bumper. I don't think I've witnessed any dent. But you could maybe freeze frame. It was Coleman and Fahey. Okay. So you have GPS for that. With the families, her lawyer, then the commission's questions. Well, that would be after the break, right? And I would say that it probably became known that it's not a big secret that people over here are kind of looking thoroughly through things. Not trying to dismiss, just trying to see what checks and what doesn't. There was no bad squall. I remember that day. I do remember something on Dartmouth Crossing Saturday afternoon. What, a squall? Squall is pretty excessive, man. Facebook people described it as manhunt. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That's not to do with the squall. There was no weather issues in Portapique on the 18th. I don't know what Halifax was like. Well, we have the video, which Indo kindly surfaced after what? August 26, 2021. That's when he uploaded this. Not sure why you would float this. Calm before the storm, he called it. April 18th. This is the actual title. April 18, 2020. Not sure why he was sitting there filming out his window, but this was the weather conditions in Halifax that night, according to Indo. I'm presuming this is quite late at night or early morning. It doesn't appear to be a squall. To me, light dusting of snow. Okay, so somebody, the bullet casings are on the ground. Thank you, Kendall. So I'm not sure why this would keep Miss Tebow from going, but maybe. Miss Tebow and him, her husband, the one that she seemed to have difficulty with the name, which was spooky. But I don't know. Maybe. I do know, but whatever. Fuck it, man. He washed the car. Well, there's a car wash right across the street from Farmhouse Bakery. You never know. Don't have any video of that, but yes, you see, those things are kind of like flags to me to look at things. Like, it's like the things they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about Lillian. They don't want to talk about, we'll see what they do with Joey. But up until this point, avoid Joey. Really avoid Lillian. That's a big one. And things like there was snow in the car in the driveway, which then ended up in the parking lot. So that for sure tells you that it didn't move. It's overselling to me. You oversell something. Like the Blueberry Field Road. That was a huge oversell. Right. So if it's a manhunt, then of course you're going to have a lot of video of cars driving around and stuff. Even if you don't go too tinfoily. But I really don't think it's tinfoily to say that they've been messing around, because they've been playing with stuff all along. If you can play with your own fucking website, the MCC does it, and screwing around, letting things slip, caucuses, then, you know, oh, we can upload that, we don't have the video, blah, blah, blah. 500,000 pages. That should alarm people. That's a fucking lot of pages, man. Where is the 500,000 pages? Should just absolutely be swamped. Where's the video of it all? Where's the audio? I know I sound like a broken record, but people need to start just saying that on the tweeters, on the Facebook. Where is everything? Everything. The GPS records for all the cops, personal and on their cars. Where is everything? Did we find out about the guy that ran across the grass field, video taken of the young man sitting in the car? No. No. And it wasn't in Fisher's, the two statements that he made, which were heavily clipped, specifically the CTV one, badly clipped. You can just hear it and see it just jumps. And he says, I think he says they also, multiple they. There's a lot of mention of they. It's like Lisa saying, why did I mention, I don't know why I mentioned they in reference to Tom and Joanne. I don't know why I said that. What? Have a great day, Halifax, Matt. Now that he's long gone. I don't know. Patience of Job. Maybe they're not observing it as closely. I'm not sure. They can't. They're not in a state to. I don't know. If they removed everything that had a timestamp issue that had been done 2 weeks ago, if they removed everything that had a timestamp issue, you're going to be left with Angelina's Pizzeria, I think, Dave's, statements, everything's out. Jesus Christ. Shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain. 8 documents listed. 8 documents listed under Plains Road. And they are previously existing documents. Have they changed? Or are they still the same? I'm sure Julie has some program that, which I would have loved a long time ago. Something that can instantaneously compare. Anybody think that Portapique was ambushed by several people and Wortman was targeted, got away, and he didn't do any of this? Just curious. Listen, everything and anything is pretty much on the table until it can be dismissed. Is it a blue on civilian attack? Is it multiple people? I think the multiple people thing aspect, it's even floated in their own documents. Interviews, people calling in, bikes and yards, etc., etc., etc. Bullets going off, different calibers being used. Did somebody say that there were 40 caliber shells recovered up in on Plains Road? Yeah, it's 40 caliber. So I guess he must have had 2 40 calibers, because there appears to be one at Greg's, fully discharged, but the magazine is removed. Not sure why that would happen. They said that there was a light dusting of snow. Yes. They also said it was in the driveway. Multiple people. Yet for some reason, the next day it's in the parking lot. But what is in the driveway is a white Hyundai behind crime scene tape that was there for 2 days. And there are pictures of crime scene people going through it. White Hyundai, white Hyundai. Squall is new for blizzard or hurricane. Yeah, storm. Yeah. I think this was put out there to support the dusting of the on the car narrative, but I don't think that it would maybe thought of to about the article Depot had done, possibly. It is a valid question, even though it is, you know, preposterous, tinfoily or whatever. It is a valid question. Tweet at 11:40. He's still alive. In custody, they say. Dies later. That comes up late somewhere. Paul Wortman can't see the body. Lisa's the only person who has access to it. It gets cremated. But there's very little to say, well, he did die. We'll see what evidence they furnish about the big stop. That will be very curious. Very curious indeed. There should be a lot of stuff. Crime scene photos. And I don't think you need to protect his privacy. Do you? Or worry about traumatizing anybody? If he's a bad guy, people would have been, you know, their pitchforks out for him. I'm not saying that he isn't, but just saying I don't think people would be too upset seeing photos. If you think, yeah, there's more than one person, 40 caliber. Yeah, so then now 240 calibers. Well, the proof is important. The proof is important. And that I like proof. All right. Anyway. Was there? Yeah, I got some work to do. And I will have that video up. Now that we got 10 days. And 10 days to go through everything, plot those points on a map with all of their information that they're listening. That's a long time. With the amount of people that we have, excuse me, the amount of people that we have, and God bless you all for helping out so much. Oh, tell you. Not sure how you like that quality of tech skills, but I'll tell you, that's fucking amazing, man. Absolutely astounding. All right, let's see what else we have here. Something. Incoming call from Maureen Hope, Registrar for the Denturist Licensing Board. Suspect is denturist. Her son-in-law is Detective Sergeant Perry Estefan with Halifax? ? Maureen Hope, and then redacted. I think that's going to be her address. And apparently, suspect has a list that doesn't exist list, that does exist list, and may be traveling around the province. has dealt with Gabriel several times. Okay, so I guess that's in the 911 logs. Incoming call, Jim Brown knows Gabriel Wortman. Used to be his son-in-law. Message taken. How does that work? Karina has Jim Brown. Karina has a son that's that old? Wow. Okay. I don't know if anybody's seen those. Let's see here. RCMP has fake deaths before. That is 100% true. That's not tinfoil. Absolutely. Absolutely 100% true. CBC has done, what was it? Did I post that one? The Hell's Angel. Of course, anyway, not going to go there. I've seen my tinfoil hat conspiracy theories come true as of late. Yes. And it's not tinfoil. That is a construct in of itself. Was created to dismiss psychological warfare, to degrade people who ask questions. Nobody is running around saying these things are in fact fact. The thing is, find them and prove them or disprove and then move along. Also remember, first story about Lisa Banfield was that she and her new boyfriend were tied to a tree and dead. Yes, but the name wasn't used, Lisa Banfield. It was just, what was it? The girlfriend or ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend? That was the way it was phrased. Absolutely, that was out there. Ertzig 226 sidearms are 40 cal. Yes, I think that is right. Not that I'm saying that you're wrong, Todd, but that did check out. I believe. Well, they get kind of some choices, I think. Do they not? Will there be a ballistic and blood spatter specialist called? Yeah. Should there not be? We find casings. No more discussion. There is recovery of intact shells. Okay. Ballistics? Anybody? Blood spatter? Anybody? This break will give them all time to write books and rewrite story. They'll be watching videos and watching things like, discords and such, like they have been all along. Maybe listening to phone calls. Sure. Karen Winslow, who is in the past declared dead and turned up alive. Well, there was the Fifth Estate story. Well, that was a faked death. The RCMP did for the person down in Arizona. What's the best way to extract a secret agent? You fake their death and relocate them. Again, who knows? But I'd say if Lisa is just as much, there's more questions, funnily enough, abound about her. Hiding her, building narratives around her that seem to be unsubstantiated. Or the proof is so scant. I mean, I can print up something on and stick letterhead on it and say, yay. It's not a no hospital documents, no x-rays, no anything. Leather's comment right at the beginning, somebody checked themselves in but left. I love the list. The doesn't exist list has been referred to several times by several people. Yep, absolutely. Google it, news stories. Okay. Estefan. Okay, so you know Estefan. Well, that appears in the logs. Thank you. I never know if I should say thank you, Becca, for that. I never know if I should, because I always want to acknowledge people, but it puts me in a tough spot. I don't know if I get people in trouble or what. To me, everybody should just be out there. Enfield boys haven't been seen in public since massacre. Which ones? There's a few. Brothers? Nephews? Yeah. If you don't see the body, don't believe it. Yeah, pretty good article. Was ex-girlfriend referring to Macaulay? There is, okay, here's a thing about tinfoil. I don't remember whose statement it is. Patents? Or is it Sutton? And they say, I don't even know if Lisa is referring to Lisa Macaulay or Lisa Banfield, or, and this is a direct quote, are they one and the same? So I to dismiss or bash people to say, what's the deal with the whole Lisa scenario? They're very confusing in all their documents. Lisa this, Lisa that. What does that mean? Who are you speaking about? So to say something like that, to ask the question, and right at the end of the sentence is a question mark. It's not a statement of fact. It's just a question. That's totally fair. So somebody should come along and be like, no, absolutely not. Here's, whatever birth certificate or something like that. No, not the same. Can't wait. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just using that analogously. Can't wait to MCC has... Well, the handwriting, not Gabriel Wortman's. Well, it's better than mine. Lisa was never with him. Lisa who? Who's on first? First story I heard as well was that Lisa Banfield had a new boyfriend. It was out there. I believe it was in print or something, or it was on the television. Do you like your tinfoil hat? Are you conducting? I think it's not the best conductor. Aluminum. Thank you for saying thumbs up. I appreciate that. Hopefully sharing. Major, like the eyes are coming, and thank you to bringing them. I don't like to ask for stuff. But yesterday's video, where are we at? This is garnering more attention, and it should, rightfully so. Rightfully so. Yesterday, if you believe these numbers, which I do not, 1,091 views in less than 24 hours. Fantastic. That's because people are sharing. Hey, I think that this is valid. It's good to ask a few questions, look into things seem shady or something like that. I don't feel satisfied. whatever way you want to look at it. Families need some answers. I wouldn't want this to happen to me. If any of those statements you agree with, then it's just something that you should share. Whether somebody wants to come along and watch it, then fine. That's up to them. Pay attention to language. The homicide. I liked how he used the word homicide. Finally, homicide today was mentioned. I think it's maybe the first time I've heard that yet. Thank goodness. Quit this fucking wordy stuff. Soft soaping. Wortman did have past relationship with Lisa M. Jabbery said it in his statement. He did. I don't, either he's wrong or okay. Huh. Leon had a relationship with Lisa McCauley. Okay. Yeah. Pretty sure Mercedes reported on the girlfriend-boyfriend story. Mercedes. What's your opinion of Mercedes, oh dear? One day you and I can have a pizza, maybe with Sam's potato sauce. Lisa M. never dated Wortman. Okay. No, she didn't. Okay, fair. Where did the Lisa dating Wortman stuff come from again? Who did that come from? I don't believe Lisa M. dated him either, says Tara. Sam's in Trenton for the pizza sauce. Think if they said it in the newscast, said it was her new boyfriend. Those early sources check out so far in the narrative. At least like the one, what is it? Warmington. Facts have emerged subsequently that have checked out. So Paul said that? Was it anywhere else? Oh, Leon apparently said it? Okay, and thank you, Kelly. And thank you for joining. Thank you, Jamie, also. Okay, now, if Leon apparently said that, where was it stated that he said that? Who attributes that to him? They got Thurier to check out the situation. I know the name. Thurier. No, I don't like to. I will. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let's see here. If people see things, then I'm going to leave it there. I don't want to. I'm not into mudslinging. It's not for me to say things about certain things. Mercedes, extremely political, extremely full of herself, will follow any narrative the government gives. Well, look at her background. Okay, so it originally came from Paul in an article. Is that what's I'm understanding? I just want to make sure I got the field right. So it's not from a statement. It's not firsthand knowledge, as in Leon's statement. He doesn't mention it. It's just attributed to him via Paul. I can tell you, Jamie, Lisa, Heather, and Kristen did not have a relationship with him. Okay, thank you. You know, it's always, with these things, it's always important just because there'll be a couple of, you know, you need 3 or 4 sources to attribute something to, with usually, preferably with names and just back checking stories. Sometimes. Yeah, and I find that this spicy stuff a bit of a red herring, personally. Personally, I do. I think it's salacious. I think it draws people's attention away, and sex sells, right? Does it have anything to do with the story? The only way that any of that could come in, frankly, for me, I don't care what anybody does in their off time, is if it directly has something to do with the events of 1819. That's it. Other than that, everybody's an adult. They can do their own stuff. That's all that I think. And I think that's fair. You should just kind of leave all that alone. There are motives. And if it has nothing to do with the motive, then it shouldn't probably be discussed. To me, but everybody's entitled to their own stuff. I'm not going to get into the mudslinging. I just can't. Okay, now, my phone call has prompted me to think about something here. I could read through Kelly Thibault's statement in its entirety. I could start up another stream, and I could, is it over? Oh. Yeah, sorry, you missed out on the hour and a half that they did today. Sorry that you couldn't join us earlier. It's kind of fun. I'm not the best reader, but I can do that if that would help. Clarify certain things, because there does seem to be some interesting things apparently in her statement that I was told. So if you guys think that it's worth reading through, then I'll do it. And if not, then you just can go off and do it yourself. You sent me a message on the tweeters. It's quite a lengthy statement, as I recall. So I better get my stuff in order. Oh, okay. Well, apparently my girlfriend's telling me that my body is healthy and vibrant. That's my affirmation for the day. You guys do the affirmation shit? Okay, so on the tweeters, I'm going to just look there. Tweeters. Okay. Oh, I have a new friend request. Yay, I have friends. Or whatever that is. Okay. Oh my, I don't think I can read that. Sergeant Firth. Oh yeah, Leon Chowdhury. He was drunk, just being an idiot. Quote, fuck you. You might beat him, but you ain't gonna win, because I'm pretty strong. End quote. So I left. Lisa goes, quote, you put him in his place, end quote. Quote, what are you talking about, end quote. Then, this is from the statement, I'm not sure which Leon statement, if there's multiple ones. This is with Firth, line 590, just so that you guys know where I'm at. Somebody sent me this. Thank you, Alec. So it was about 2 weeks after that. What are you talking about? Then she told me that I started putting 2 and 2 together. So it was about 2 weeks after that. I can't remember the date. I asked Lisa, did you sleep with Gabriel? End quote. She put her head down and told me she did. I said, Lisa, for God's sakes, you got to level with me. He's right across the road. You're jealous over Sharon. Or fuck my eyes. Shannon, my apologies. You're jealous over everybody in my life, and you slept with the guy across the road, end quote. So we had an argument about it, and that was the end of it. I never, Sergeant Firth. And that argument, how long had you been together when that argument kind of happened? Leon Chowdhury. A month and a half. So I'm not, thank you. I'm not meaning to be disparaging upon anybody. That is the furthest thing from my mind. I don't like going down rabbit holes that are dead ends or stupid. But if that's what Leon says in his words, in his statement, according to the RCMP, and I'm presuming Leon, then is it true? I don't know. That's all I'll repeat. It's what he said. So, but RCMP say a lot of things. Did he say that? Okay. You have nothing better to do. Webcast for today is gone at the moment. So, oh. Interesting. So they pull it up and down, do they? Okay. Yeah. Again, I have to tread lightly. Personal lives, people's personal lives. Got to be careful. Be careful. But it's not, to me, it's not necessarily, I haven't seen that to be a motive. Because if that were the case, then why is he killing guys? And old people? That doesn't seem to fit. If it was a relationship thing, you go out of your way, you go down to Ferris Lane. Like, what are you doing, dude? So I'd say, for me, I just need to leave that one alone. It's not really up my alley at this point. Is that fair? I think that hopefully that's fair to families. I always try and keep them in the forefront of my mind. I'm not going to go there at this point in time. Nothing better to do. Oh, that's sweet. You have a lot of friends. Oh, okay. I have friends. Not back until, yeah, no, there's the 10 day hires. It doesn't even matter. Who cares what people are doing in their personal life? Again, if it led to, I've seen things stated, and Tara definitely knows of a couple that have absolutely zero to do with 1819 and have nothing to do with, there's not even a possibility that would enlighten anybody as to motive on anything. They're just slanderous. And why repeat that? Not beneficial to anybody. They took down Dorrington's statement. I had heard that, yes. So I know that there's some family members out there, and there seems to be some that are speaking in here right now. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from, and I'm doing the right thing because I always want to do right by you guys. Tara and Charlene and family members, I'm so sorry for you guys. Okay, so if you think this is going to be a fucking slog, man. How long is her statement? 49 pages. Okay. Well, I'm going to end the stream here. I'm going to have a bathroom break. I don't like to discuss things like that. But anyway, so grab a coffee. Grab a coffee and bear with my reading ability aloud. And I'll be back in, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. Okay? God bless you. God bless the 23. Stay strong.